Hello, hello. Let's see. Great. Seems like everything is working. And we got some people here. How are you guys? How multis? How are you, my friend? Nice seeing you here again. Okay, so I don't know if you see the title of this stream, but this is a pretty ambitious one. I wanted to make a space shuttle. I was pretty set on it from the beginning. When I say I'm going to make spaceships, this was the one I was imagining. So I have some references, but what I want to do here, it's pretty special. I want to create a cutscene, and I want to recreate two frames. Oh, hey Madman, how are you? So I want to create two frames. This one, okay, you can see this is from a real launch of a spaceship. So I want to create this, with the trees, and you see this ramp over here, and the water tower, and this tower, but we're not going to make this one. It's too complex. I think we're going to make the SpaceX tower. Look at it. So let's look at it. Okay, you see, black square. That's what I like. That's what I'm like. Madman, what shader are you trying to create? So we're going to create this tower, and the other frame is going to be this. Okay, this one, where you can see the camera zooming out and the ship is moving, and I want this puffs of smoke and the fire. So this is what we are going to create. This is the vision of this stream. And now maybe some of you are saying, my friend, you are going to you only have like 3 hours. You have two little children. They probably wake up. But no, to this I say, don't talk to me about logic and what is reasonable. I think we can do it. Okay, so this is the vision, and I have a work plan. Okay, so we are going to create the model. We need the model for the ramp, for the tower, the water tower, the space shuttle, some trees. We are going to create smoke particles, the jet particles, some sparks, and the reason we need sparks is you can see just before the launch, maybe even before. Look here, you're going to see the sparks. So these sparks, we want those. And so yeah, smoke, jets, and sparks. And then we are going to go to Godot, and we are going to go over this list, create cameras, create animations, add some nice post-processing effects. And this is like a small drawing I make. You can see the shuttle, the tower, the water tower, two cameras, one behind the trees and one slightly underneath the space shuttle. And this is the order. So models, scenes, composition, animation, and environment. So I'm pretty sure you don't have any questions. Let's look at the shader that's driving Madman crazy. So I want to do a pixel distortion to a sphere to a collision point. What does that mean? So you want once your sphere hits something, you want to distort it. Is that what you mean? So like you want your object to be like a rubber. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, so let's start according to the order. So first of all, models, and we have a lot of them. So let's begin. Let's go to Blender. I already created the references. Let's zoom in a little bit. So we have front, side, back, and top. We have a lot of work today, so the models are not going to be the top priority. We're going to, make reasonable models and work from there. So once a bullet hits the sphere force field, I want to do a small ripple. So before I start saying things, what have you tried? So I wouldn't send you on a tangent. I want to maybe work with what you started. Okay, and in the meantime, I'm going to start on our little spaceship. So let's do it. So in the shuttle collection, we're going to add a new mesh, cube, and go to wireframe mode. Go to edit mode, add an edge loop, and delete the left part. And add a mirror modifier, and this is pretty straightforward. And back to edit mode, side view, scale, select everything, scale everything, move it to some location, scale on Z, move it up and to the right. This seems okay. Let's start putting some points in their designated locations. So we got this, extrude, move it up, move it down, extrude, sorry. Now I am at the part of creating the distortion. Is going slowly, but I will prevail. I'm sure you will prevail, my friend. Extrude. I just thought that I'm reading English out loud, which probably makes me sound like a fourth grader to to all the English speakers. So sorry about that. And extrude, scale, move down, extrude, scale. And I'm afraid, no, I think I scaled wrong. I want to scale only on Z and move only on Z. Yes, extrude, scale Z. That's it, move Z down. So let's go to solid view, just get a small look at what we did. And of course we didn't enable clipping, so we're going to fix that. Just delete these faces. Great, select everything in edit mode and move X, and they are going to merge. Beautiful, we fix it. Batman, I get the feeling you are more of a wine person. Like, you know, you sound chill. I like it. I always drink beer because I'm basic. You know, I don't really like alcohol, so whenever I drink, I just go to whatever the default is. Okay, so now let's look from the top. Go to wireframe, and let's start editing. So it is going to be a pretty boring spaceship if I'm not going to add some edge loops. So let's add one in the middle, and let's add. I think we are going to need like maybe. You know what? I think let's stay with this for now. Let's see what happens. So let's go to the edit mode. Let's go to the top and go to edge select and start scaling. So this should be scaled. This could be moved the X. And I'll zoom in slightly. And again, move X, scale X. This looks right. Scale X here. Great. Here. Scale on X. Great. And last but not least, this part here. This is already the wing, so this is the body, so we need to be careful here. Yeah, Romania has some great beer. Yeah, if I remember correctly, right? I think you told me 2 days ago that you're from Romania. Scale on X. Yeah, that's maybe too much. Okay, and our ship is not centered. Am I on the right view? Yes, I am. Will I do something about it? Probably. Let's select it. Go to object mode, select the top and move on the X. Just a little bit. That's it. And go to my cube again and continue. Oh, so which one is it? Yeah, now I'm curious. Okie dokie, so let's continue. Let's see what happens. Select everything. Extrude. I think we can go straight to the back, at least from the top view. And let's look from the side. No, we need to fix some things because we have this sloping down. And I'm pretty sure that if I just do it here, it's not going to look right because I think we want a little curvature. Just a tiny bit of curvature, even though it doesn't look like it based on this. But my eye tells me there's something there. So let's edit here. We're going to look at it from so far away. So I'm pretty sure it's not going to matter. Cronenberg. Smells like flour and tastes like beer. Sounds actually pretty nice. Even though the name, I think in Rick and Morty, Cronenberg isn't like the creatures that they make in the episode where they need to switch dimensions. I'm pretty sure they're called Cronenbergs, and I think it's a reference to some movie. But yeah, as you can see, not the most cultured person around. Okay, so I think I'm going to move it here, and this is going to move here, and this is going to move here. And let's add another edge loop here and take this one slightly down. That's it. Let's look at solid view. Let's look at everything. It's really square over here. So what we can probably do is edge select, edge select, edge select. What are you doing? Okay, I guess I have some duplicates. So let's select everything. Press M and merge. Oh, select everything. Press M and merge by distance. And yes, we had a lot of duplicates. So now I can select this edge, and I can let's look from the front in wireframe mode. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have a lot of fixing to do. Let's see if I can just take it down. Maybe here. I can add select this and take it. What did I do? Fill. No, don't fill. I want you to slightly move up, maybe here. And you can see the topology in the nose. Oh my god, I ruined it, but we're going to try and fix it in just a second. Maybe I also need to edge select this. Yes, now we can take it. Oh, wait. Let's edge select this. No, I can't edge select because it chooses everything. So let's do a circle select of, first of all, deselect everything, circle select just the top, just those. Just those. Is this enough? Yes, I think it is. And now we can move it down, and we'll do the same for the main part. And if you are by any chance screaming at your screen that there is a better way to do it, then stop screaming and write it down in the chat, guys. So let's look at it from the front and take it also down. Okay, so now it looks more like a spatial. Let's do a solid view, and you can see, yeah, ignore, let's look at it like this. Oh, beautiful. Okay, let's try and solve it. This mess over here. There's obviously a lot of excess that we can simply try and remove. So what I think I'm going to do is, why try fixing a complete mess when you can simply do this and delete the vertices, and now we can maybe take this up a little bit, take this up a little bit, maybe not too much, and now I can extrude. Wait, yeah, that's fine. No, wait, I'm going to select everything and I'm going to merge. I have some duplicates here for some reason, and now I'm going to select only the front, extrude, scale on the Z, move down slightly, extrude, scale on DZ, move down slightly, extrude, and scale Z, move down. Beautiful. Look for on the top. To fix the width problem, scale X, scale X. Sorry about that. Let's look at my OBS that you can still hear me after I messed up the microphone. Hey, oh, yeah, you probably could. Okay, let's continue. Scale X, move X, move X. Great, move X, edge slide, move. Yes, and select everything, merge by distance. Look, go to solid view. This looks like a dog. Tell me this doesn't look like a dog, my friends. This is like the nose, and yeah, it does look like a dog. So I can take these two, or not two, I take all of these, and I can, no, let's do it like this. I want the front to look like like this. So I'm going to just take this and I move it up and out. And I'm going to take this, and this, and I'm going to edge slide them up, yeah. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to slide it down. And now this also needs to go down. And both of these need to go down. Those two need to go also. And I can edge select, maybe no, select just these and fill them. And now I think, no, we don't have a dog, we have a duck, but it is our duck and we love it and we accept him just the way he is. Okay, and I think this is going to be the body. To be quite honest, it's nothing special, it's not beautiful, but we are going to look at the space shuttle from such a long distance. And again, for if you're just tuning in, this is the frame. This is it. This is the distance, more or less. We're going to do the smoke, the fire. We'll try to create the feeling of ocean and sky in the back, and we're going to try to create this. Okay, so we don't need perfect space shuttle. We need something that looks good from this distance. Okay, so nose ugly, bad me, but let's try to overcome it. Okay, so this is the big engine. This is the big engine. We have the skies here, we have the wings here, and they are very robust and kind of round, it seems. Okay, so we can work on the wings. So let's hide the cube. Let's call it body. It's great. Now, what I like to do is I go to shuttle. We are at go to object mode. Hide this side panel, and I'm going to add a cube. Go to edit mode, edge loop. Sorry, edge loop. Right click to stay in place. Wireframe. Select the left side, and delete the vertices. Go add the mirror modifier. This time, remember to enable clipping. And now I'm going to go to top view. I'm going to go to edit mode, and we're going to continue working. So let's scale on the Y. Excellent. Move to the back. And I feel like what I'm going to do is create everything, and after I finish the wing, I'm just going to add some edge loops here and extrude outwards. That's at least my plan. So let's start working on it. This can go to this. Is it lying on the line? Yes, it is. Let's move to the side. Let's move this thing to the back. here seems correct, and move it to the side. Great. And we are going to take Q, extrude, scale on the X, not too much. And this is a trick I'm doing a lot. What I like doing is, and here we already have it drawn on the image. I don't when I draw the wing, I don't go really to the edge. I leave some room because I like to add an edge loop and move it. You'll see in a second what I'm talking about. So deselect everything, move everything slightly inward. I think now I probably want to move this here. Yes, and this slightly forward and to the side. Great. Where are we? We're here. Extrude. Maybe here because we have this slight curve. Extrude again and move to the correct location. And I think we can now do the last one. So let's go to where we connect to the wing slightly before and move it inward. So in solid view, we already have the wing, but you can see it's way too big. Let's look at it from the front. Wireframe mode. Let's move everything to the correct location. So this is interesting to me. Okay, this I don't really understand what this line represents. So let's go to our trustworthy references. So what does this mean? So I don't see anything here. Maybe it's this elevation over the wing. That's one thing that it might be. Here it seems pretty flat. How about here? Again, pretty flat. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, I would argue that it's probably this elevation here, but I think it's going to be a simpler model if we simply do the wing straight on the top side. So let's do it like this. I have a trick to maybe replicate this, but let's leave it level like this. Just take this one down. And we can take this entire bottom part and move it up. And maybe try to follow this line. Let's see where it leads us. Okay, solid view, just to see if it makes sense. And I think it is. I think it does make sense. We can take just this edge and slightly, ever so slightly, take it up, just to create this bump that we talked about. And now to go back to what I started talking about, here you can see I'm not really getting to the edge. And what I like to do to create this wing effect is add another edge loop here and keep it in the center. And now just edge select those and move them forward. Now if I look at the top, I can really try and match the wing shape, and I can then pick them one by one and try to create this shape here. And again, it doesn't need to be perfect, especially not for the model we are working on. Always when we're working, now this is not a Blender tip, this is a game development tip, or more specifically an indie game development tip. Always stay focused on your scope. Don't let anything creep on you. If you start obsessing on things that are not important, you are not going to finish. It's that simple. Okay, so we have the basic shape of the wing. Let's add the body back just so we can look at it together. And it looks horrible with a capital H. Let's select everything and move it up. I think what we're going to do is take this here, and now I'm going to go to wireframe mode, and I'm going to start taking the front part and moving it up. Yes, and now I'm going to scale over on X, not too much. It's going to be a gradual process. Just like that, slowly but surely. And I think I overdid this, so let's reduce it. And this looks better. Not good by any stretch of the imagination, but good enough. Nice. Now we want to create this part. So the way we are going to do it is, I think I'm going to do something like this. Let's look at it from behind, and let's look at the reference of our space shuttle. So we have one and one very close to the fit. So we want, I would say, 1/3 of the way, and then a very big one. So let's do it. So let's take the knife tool, cut it here, enter another cut. And I'm not going to stress over anything because this is really not the focus of today. Today the focus is creating beautiful smoke, fire effects, and some composition. This is really what we want. So let's select the appropriate faces, go to top view, extrude them out. Wireframe mode, edge select, this is going out. This is also going out, and also everything here. So this is solid. These three need to go up a little bit. And now I'm going to select those, and I'm going to scale them on the Z, make them narrow, and deselect everything, select these, and scale them up also. And now just this three, and I'm going to scale X0, scale X0. That's it. Now they are aligned, scale Z, and we are ready. We have something that starts to look like a space shuttle, and we are going to look at it, remember, from pretty far away. So from that distance, it's okay. It's recognizable as a space shuttle. Great. So what are we going to do now? Let's start working on the engines. Hide everything. So we have okay. So we have this engine body here, and we have three duplicates of an engine here. So what we're going to do, we are going to create this as a separate object mirrored along the X. We're going to create this as a separate object mirrored along the X. And then we are going to take one of them and move it we're going to separate it from the mirrored object, and we're going to move it up. So let's do it. Go to shuttle. We are at object mode, so now we want to add another. I think we are going to start with the cube. Scale it down and move it to the correct location. Rotate X. Oh wait, before we move it, let's apply the transform, because I started with it. Add a mirror modifier, and I'm not clipping and not cutting it, because look what happens when I go to edit mode and move it to the side. I get another duplicate. Rotate Y, go to wireframe, move it down, and we can do it by pressing G and then XX. GXX. Oh, that's right. I did the rotation when I was at object mode. So if I look at here, at the object, you can see it's not rotated, because anything you do to an object in edit mode doesn't affect the transform. So XX wouldn't work here. Doesn't matter, I can use GG. But let's continue. So I'm going to add an edge loop here, move it up, take this and this, and I'm going to move them here, move it here, move this here, here, and we're going to need to enable the body. Yeah, so we need to make it slightly smaller if we want to fit the current body that we have. And this is going to be just fine. Great. So now let's select everything, move it along the Y, and go to solid view, and let's try an eyeball where we need to put it. Let's move it more to the back. Okay, I'm really not doing justice. Look at this. This looks like, I don't know, Mickey Mouse from the back, probably. And from the front, it looks like, I think we settled for a duck. Yeah, that looks like a duck. So we have duck in the front, Mickey Mouse in the back, but this is what we're working with. So that's it. So shift right click to get our selection here, and then I can add cylinder, remove a lot of vertices, scale it down, rotate X 90 degrees, move to the front, to the back view, sorry, like this. I go to wireframe, and really we don't need wireframe. I just want to get the proportions of the outer parts to the exhaust part, and I think this is going to be fine. Let's rotate Y. Just like that. And we can go to solid view, and now we can start maybe giving it a more of an exhaust pipe look. So let's do extrude, right click, scale, extrude, scale, extrude, slide scale, inset, not too much, extrude inwards, and maybe scale it up a little bit. And I think this should be a little bit narrow. So this is it. This is the two top parts. Now we need to go to the 3 back engines, and let's try and look at a reference. So this is the little thing we just added with this exhaust pipe. So we have 3 very large exhaust pipes, and they are all looking up. And sorry about that, I'm going to check something for a second. Yeah. So in about 20-25 minutes, I'm going to leave for like 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, and return. So just so you know, we're going to have a small break. Okay, so let's create those three engines that are looking slightly up. So let's go back to Blender. Let's shift right click here. And yes, we are at the correct location. So let's shift A, add a cylinder, scale it down by a lot, RX90 to rotate, and let's select the front part and scale it. Select the outer part, scale it. Let's hide the body. Let's hide, yeah, that's it. Let's go to wireframe mode. Let's look at it from behind. And I think we should probably go slightly higher and more towards the center. Yes. And bigger, but we're not going to do it bigger just by scaling everything. Go back to solid mode. We're going to use it, use the shape of an exhaust to make it bigger. So let's first of all move slightly to the front, and now let's do an extrude right click scale. Now let's do a motion of opening and closing, and we need to be careful because look at this. This is this is the axis we are mirroring on, so we really can't go to the other side. It's going to look horrible. So let's maybe as a pre-measure, let's scale everything ever so slightly down. Now just back to this outer part. Okay, let's begin. Extrude, scale, extrude, scale. And now let's look here. Yeah, this is too close, even visually, not just. Hello, Sigit. How are you? What is a symmeter? I'm now interested. Let's Google it. Symmeter. Is it a knife? Multi? Madman, washing time? No, actually working time. Uh, my day job. I work in data science, and I create algorithms for companies all across the world. So I have a very short meeting with with um, a company I'm working with. So I'm going to I need to hop on that meeting for maybe 15 minutes, and I'll probably come back straight afterwards. Okay, so what I was trying to say, it's too close visually, not just, it doesn't bother me only because it's too close, it bothers me because, sorry, not because it's dangerous because of the mirror modifier, it just looks horrible. So let's do a Control L to select everything, and now scale it. It's too big, I don't like it. Now we can continue. So extrude, scale, and now let's start going down, maybe scale a little bit less. Now extrude, scale, extrude, scale. That's too much. It's too flowery. Let's look at this. No, it doesn't really go down, right? It just goes up. Yeah, that's not right. So let's scale. Sorry. Let's select this scale. Select this scale. Like this, I think. No, slightly more. And select with shift, move it forward. Select this, move forward. And scale it. And now select this face, inset, extrude, scale outwards. That's it. Okay, we have this. So let's now select this engine. Press Control L. Oh, so you are making a cemetery. Are you working on like a game with zombies or something like this? A horror game? Because that sounds awesome. Okay, I'm wondering. No, you know what? Maybe let's see what happens. Okay, let's go to our modifiers, enable clipping, and Shift D to duplicate, and move. And wow, look at this. We might get away with simply doing that, wouldn't we? Let's work with it just for a little bit. Okay, let's move on the X. Yeah, seems like, well, I don't immediately hate it, which is I think a good thing. No, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's not what I wanted. Let's look at what's going on here edgewise. So I'm pretty sure if I'll delete everything here, I'm going to be fine. Let's try. You learn something new every day. So let's learn if it's going to work. So X vertices, and it's not. So we learned we learned today. Let's undo it. Okay, so let's do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, I'm going to take this cube. I'm going to call it engines. Not like this. Engines. And I'm going to duplicate it. And not in edit mode. I want to duplicate in edge mode. So Shift D. Shift D. And right click, stay at the same location. And I'm going to call it engines copy. And I'm going to hide it. And the reason is, if I apply a modifier, it is going to be always check your video lately. I don't know if you do live streams. Well, I try to do live streams. I found that I have to, because I have a day job and I really like making games. I can't really I always have to work at such late hours, and it's so much more fun when I can talk to someone. And luckily for me, you are all very friendly and awesome. So this really helps pass the time. So thank you for the company, everyone. Okay, so now we can apply the modifier. Go to edit mode, select just this face, Control L, and we can now look from behind and Shift D to duplicate, and we can move it to the center, leave it there, and now we have the third engine. And just as we said previously, all of these are pointing up. So let's rotate. Let's see what happens if I just rotate. Okay, yeah, seems to do what I want. Look at it from the side, move it up, and I'm pretty sure that this engine is going to point out a little bit, and this engine is going to put out, oh my god, no, point out. I didn't say it. So Control L, let's do some rotate. This looks fine. Control L and rotate. No, sorry, just this. Control L and rotate. And this, okay, yeah, that's not bad, I think. And now I just need the tail. So the tail is sitting on something that connects these two and is very basic shape. So that's good for us. Let's very quickly edit. Let's just call everything in an appropriate name. This is going to be the wings. And now let's add a cube, and I'm feeling like I'm starting to do what I promised myself I wouldn't do and obsess over details in a model that I'm going to only view from so far away. So I'm going to try and speed up everything. Let's hide engines, hide body, hide wings, and let's just very quickly get something done here. Select everything here, move it up, you go there, and I'm going to do some interesting and not recommended things just so that we can have any chance of finishing our very ambitious plan for today. which I am very excited for. If I succeed, I'm going to be very proud, like proud, like when you finish a game for a game jam, and it's a great feeling. I like creating stuff, and if you are watching this, I'm pretty sure you do also. Okay, so now it's a very fat um, tail. So let's look from the front. Are you by? How come you're not? Oh, because I edited on the. So I think Shift S. Yeah, and I want cursor to origin, just so that this wouldn't happen again. Now let's move on the X, make it centered, scale on the X, just so that we are on the top. And now grab these, scale them on the X. And the top should be even more scaled. And now I can add this edge loop in the center, just to give this wing look. And move forward. And now go to edge, to vertex select, deselect everything, use the circle select to select the back, and scale on the X. Go to solid view, show everything, select everything, move it down. Now let's look at it from different direction, and I'm pretty sure, let me know guys, let me know what you think. I think it does register as a space shuttle, and I'm going to add this iconic colors, the blacks. I'm not going to do textures. I don't know if you saw my P51 model. I spent like an hour texturing it, but I'm not going to do this USA and the flag and everything. I'm just going to do the colors at the appropriate locations, and with the orange fuel tank and the side fuel tanks, it is going to register as a space shuttle, and this is really what we are interested in. Okay, so let's now start working on the fuel tanks. So let's hide everything. This is the shuttle. Let's add a new collection for this. Let's call it fuel tanks. And now let's work on them. So let's look from the front, Shift A, we want a cylinder. I want to rotate X 90. I want 8 vertices. And now I want to rotate X 90. And now I want to scale it, wireframe mode, and move it down. Is it down? Yeah. Move it down and scale it. Seems about right. Look from the side, take it to the correct spot. Let's start from the bottom and let's scale it. Oh, sorry. Let's select it, edit mode, scale it, grab this, extrude, and I'm going to go straight to the top. I don't care. I don't care. It's a really basic model, and if I'm going to obsess on this one, guys, I'm doomed. Let's scale, extrude. Is it T? Yeah, it's T. W, yes. So extrude and scale. Move it back. I think it's like this fat thing. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's good enough. And now let's do the back. Select everything. Extrude, scale. Extrude, scale. No, scale. No, scale. Ooh, extrude, scale. Bam, we got it. And orange tank. Shuttle. Show everything. Solid view. And yes, it seems fine. Great. Next one. Fuel tank. Shift A. Another cylinder. And now we do want the mirror modifier around the x-axis, and we don't want clipping. Now go to edit mode, move it to the side, rotate X 90, look from the front, wireframe, scale everything down, move it to the correct location, scale, maybe some more. Do I want to rotate 30 degrees on the Y? Rotate Y 30 degrees. Oh no, it's an octagon, so no. So rotate Y 22.5 degrees. Yeah, probably I want to look from this. So now let's look from the side. Again, move it to the correct location. Gonna go straight to the back. And okay, here we have some details, and it's really ones that are really easy to make. So extrude, right click, scale, extrude, extrude, right click, scale, and now extrude all the way to the back. Here I'm going to probably add an edge loop for the color, so I'm just going to do it right now, and to the end, scale, extrude, scale. Now let's do the engine part. Extrude, right click, scale, extrude, extrude, right click, scale, extrude, scale. Solid, enable the orange tank, and now let's look from behind, and I think we have a nice, whoa, why is it so weird? I think we have a nice basic low poly space shuttle ready. It took me a little bit less than 1 hour, so I think we are on good times. Good times. We can do it. We have probably two and a half good hours in front of us, so I'm optimistic. Let's very quickly um, texture everything. So let's start with our space shuttle. Let's go to our shuttle. Let's duplicate the collection. Duplicate collection. So we have shuttle, copy, hide it, go to shuttle. I can delete the engine copy because I already have it. So let's X delete. Let's take everything and join it. Great, and apply the mirror modifier. And oh, maybe no, don't apply the mirror modifier. I'm learning, guys. If you're here for the past couple days, you know I'm learning. I'm not applying the mirror modifiers before texturing. Okay, now let's start texturing. Go to the shuttle material, new, and this is going to be low poly. And let's take an image texture, open, and we want, did I delete the low poly texture? I might. Wow, that's horrible. I might delete it. Maybe it's in my recycling bin. Nope, it's not. Horrible. What am I going to do? So I guess we have to create a new one. Affinity designer. Okay. New document. And my time before the meeting is coming very quickly. So I might have to leave in a very short while. So don't worry if I disappear. Let's do some rectangles. And move it. Okay, let's start selecting colors. So this is white, this is going to be light gray, this is going to be darker gray, this is going to be black, this is going to be some green, this is going to be some blue, dark blue, and let's do light blue. And let's look at the model. We need some orange, we need lighter orange. So orange, some slightly lighter orange. We need black, we have white, we have gray, we have orange, we have. Okay, what other models do we plan on making? So we need the ramp, so we need some yellows. The tower is black and gray. The water tower is black and gray. Space shuttle we look. Trees we need some brown. So brown, and we want some, oh my god, I already forgot, oh, some yellows. And what other colors? Maybe some purples, some dark purples, and pink, and red, and some more shades of green, and another yellow, bright one. Okay, I think that's fine. Select everything, and let's scale it to fit this. Shift S, export to downloads, and we're going to call it low poly. Back to Blender. Back to Blender. Okay, so now we can open our, in downloads, our low poly PNG. And now we can go to, let's do a smart UV project, go to UV editing, and we can select everything and move it. And we know that the space shuttle itself is white, and that let's look at it. So we have some black on the nose and on the something that looks like the window. So let's do it. We can probably add some edge loop here just for that purpose, and maybe another one here. Great. And now we can select these faces and move them to the black, and let's do this like this so we can see it. And we want the nose, so let's circle select. Great. And how does it exactly look? So it goes like this, I think. Yes. No, this shouldn't be black. And now, oh my god. So C, don't select this, and now just this, move. So we have this black and this black, seems right. And now, my friends, as I told you, and it's a kind of a bad timing because I see more and more people are joining. So sorry if you just joined, but I need to go do some work related stuff for 15 minutes, and I'll be right back. Sorry. And back. Hi, how are you? Can you hear me, guys? Yeah, you can hear me. I got my I heard it from the other device. Great. Okay, where were we? We were starting to color the very ugly duck looking from the front, Mickey Mouse looking from the back, space shuttle. So let's continue with that. And back to our reference. So we have the entire edge black and the front of the wing also black. So let's do it right now. So circle select. Let's move to a more appropriate location. Circle select and select these parts. Yes, this is good. And this part also, and this part also. And let's move them to the black part. And also this edge, face, sorry. And yes, this is it. And now we need this top part. I think I colored it, yes, and I want the tips to also be black. So let's see if we can do it. Probably not perfectly, but we can. Do it very slow. Oh. And oh, nice. Great. So it's starting to look like the space shuttle. As I said, I'm not going to today. I'm not going to add some textures for USA and the flag. Sorry, but if we'll do it, we'll never be able to do all the animation and everything, which is I think the most interesting part of today's work. Okay, so what color are the back? The back is also black. So let's do select all of these. I do a Control L. This suspiciously look like. Oh, I have the engine copy, but it's weird. Let's try. Let's do something. No. Oh, it's because the mirror modifier. What are we going to do about that? Okay, I think what is going to end up happening is I'm going to just color this black. Yes. And after I apply the mirror modifier, I'll have 3 duplicates, and I'm going to select 3 of them and delete them. So for now, it is just have to do Control L to get this, and also this, and color it black. Okay, this is starting to look okay. And we have on the edge, we have black on the fin, and maybe some on the inside. I don't know if I have edges there, so I might create some, and I might just skip it. So let's circle select. Okay. And move this to black. So we got it. I think this is going to be also be black. Yes, this looks better like this. Yeah, you can see that. Okay, another lesson learned. Don't apply the mirror modifier to everything. It doesn't work out good. So this is the upside and downsides of applying the mirror modifier at the wrong time. Okay, so I think color-wise on the space shuttle, this is going to do it for us. I think the bottom of the space shuttle, what color is it? Let's look at our references. Where are you, PureRef? Here you are. Let's look at you. Do we have, so the entire bottom is also black. So let's do it. And oh, we have this nice circle of black on the nose. So let's do it. Let's hide the fuel tanks. And now let's go to circle select and select everything on the button. Move it to black. And I missed this entire part. Great. So this is the space shuttle, and let's do the one ring around the nose. Let's add an edge loop for this, and face select, select this loop, and move it to black. Maybe this also. Yep. Okay, we got it. We have the space shuttle colored. Let's move to the fuel tanks. Let's start with a cylinder, and we want the orange. Yes. So let's start with them. Are we in? Let's go to layout for a second. Deselect everything. Or object mode. Select the main fuel tank. Go to UV editing. It doesn't have a material, so let's apply the low poly one. You could say we need to. Well, we don't actually need to smart UV project because it's very basic shapes, and it needs to be this dark orange. And amazing. It is immediately recognizable. Let's add these two edge loops that we saw that give it this slightly lighter colors around them. And now let's go to face, edge, select, shift edge, and also you, and all of you are going to be slightly lighter. Now let's look at it with the shuttle, and let's go to layout and do the shaded. So yeah, it's starting to look more and more like a space shuttle, and it's amazing what some little color does to a very ugly model. So if ever you have a model and you are not happy with it, texture it, or at least slightly, just to give you some motivation. This is the bad advice of the day, by the way. Okay, next part. So let's hide references, we don't need them. Shuttle, we don't want it right now. Let's go to fuel tanks. Let's go to my side tanks, and what colors does this side guys have? So here we can see some blacks. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so maybe a few rings are black. So let's do it. Or maybe let's look at another reference. We have some, yeah. Mainly it's just white. Maybe okay. Let's start coloring some stuff. Um, let's apply the low poly to it. Go to UV editing, and let's start. Let's select this face. Yeah, let's do a Control plus one time. Select this. Wait, before I start. Select everything, scale it, put it on white, and now do it again. Control plus one time. This is going to go to this gray. Select this edge and Control plus one time. This is going to be darker gray. Let's go here, select this edge loop, and let's do the red one from here. Yeah, it seems red-ish. I think it's good. Okay. I think that's actually might just be enough. So let's go to layout. This is our fuel tanks, so I'm going to duplicate the collection and fuel tanks copy. That's great. Let's hide it. So this is actually, let's do some arrangement, do all our copies below and all the originals above. So we are going to create three different objects from this. We're going to have the space shuttle. We're going to have this fuselage, or the main fuel tank, and we are going to have the secondary fuel tank, and each of them is going to be a separate object, and we are going to do some animations and some physics processing on them in Godot later after we fire them up. So let's start the export process. Hide the fuel tanks, select this beautiful spaceship, yeah, I'm in object mode, so let's select it. Let's go to front view, move it down, go to side view and move it here. Maybe like this. And I'm going to rotate around the Z 180 because this is something that Godot would prefer. And now let's move it again to the center. And now I'm going to apply object transform. Now everything is centered and scaled and ready for export. And I'm going to go to Godot just for a second. And I already opened an empty project, Space Shuttle, and in it there's just some sound effects for our engine and for this background ambient rumbling, suspense sound, which is going to add to the effect of the animation. Okay, and that's it basically. I can probably move those two also to assets. I don't like them just in the main folder. So let's in here create a new folder, call it models, not noodles, models, and we can now go back to Blender, go to export. I like to export. I actually like to export GLTF. Is it going to be good for us right now? I think so, yes. It's not going to be a problem, and worst case, we're just going to import it again. So let's go to, it's in D, game development, active space shuttle, assets, models, and this is going to be shuttle. And we are going to include only the selected object and with custom properties and export. So we already have one in the bag. Let's see if Godot recognize this. Sometimes it takes Godot a few seconds. Okay, let's look at the folder itself. And you can see we have shuttle here. So probably, oh yeah, here it is. Took it some time, but finally was able to do it. Okay, next. Hide the space shuttle. Open the fuel tanks. Let's begin with the orange one. So let's take it and front view, move it to the center, rotate Z 180, side view, move it to center like this. Actually, yeah, I think I made a mistake, but I'm not going to re-export everything. I think in hindsight, I should probably just put everything standing up the way I want it and export it like this, and then I could just simply plug it to Blender as is, and it would be better. But everything has pluses and minuses, and I'm just going to work with what I already did. So let's select it, export GLTF, same location. This is going to be orange tank, include only the selected and custom properties and export. So that's that. This is going to be side, and I'm going to hide it. show side, and I'm going to do something pretty weird, I think. I'm going to duplicate and leave it the same location. I'm going to hide the second one, and for that one I'm going to actually remove the modifier, so we are left with only one of them, and I'm going to only use this one in the game. And now rotate Z 180, look from the side, move it like this, and move it like this, and apply object transform, and export again. Side tank, export. Back to Godot, we have 3 models and only 1 material, which is very efficient. This is the main reason that people use this type of low poly material that you saw me make and apply. And now let's just make the test scene. So let's do it right now. Code world, and let's do another, actually, what would be the best way? Let's start with adding a new folder for source and saving world scene. Yes, and let's add another spatial node. We're going to call it shuttle. No, we're going to delete this. We're going to create a new scene. We are going to call this scene shuttle. And there's going to be the shuttle itself. And I didn't apply the mirror modifier, of course, classic. Whew, that's actually going to be kind of annoying, but let's just do it. Okay, shuttle, body, apply, hide the fuel tanks, show the body itself, select it. Great, so everything is in the appropriate location. File, export, GLTF, shuttle, and delete this, and bring shuttle back again, and now we have a full space shuttle. So let's do a rotate like this. Let's put it up like this, and now let's save it. Let's create a rigid body, and this is going to be the orange tank, and let's add the visualizer, and again rotate 90, move it up so that it's sitting, I think, when it's on the launch pad. Yeah, this is not touching the ground, it's actually at the height of the shuttle, so I'm going to put it here so I can later use it. And we can use, let's add a collision shape. It's going to be a capsule. I know that capsules are laying down, so I can already rotate it. And that's it. So we have the orange tank, we can save it and add it to our shuttle. And now we'll move it slightly over here. Why are you snapping? No, 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 no. I don't want to do snap, my friend. Okay. And slightly up. And this is starting to look okay. Great. Let's do the same for the side view. Side tank. Add the visualizer. Make it stand up. Great. Let's add a collision shape. And again, we're going to use a capsule. We're going to raise it, make it narrow and long. Excellent. So side tank, save, and we're going to go to our shuttle. And we're going to add a side tank. And Shift D or Control D, and just mirror to the other side. And yes, we have a spaceship. Great. So what else do we need? So let's look back to our main reference, our final goal. So we need the tower, we need the water tower, we want the ramp, and that's it, I think. Oh, and I want a tree. And just to be sure, let's look at the list. So let's see what we did. So we have the space shuttle. Oh, am I erasing? So space shuttle, check. That's great. So now let's start with the ramp. It's going to be an easy one, and then we can build the tower on it, and we'll have the scale of everything. So back to Blender. Show the fuel tanks. Show the orange and the double one. And now let's do some composition. Take the body, rotate X 90 degrees. Take the rotate X 90 degrees. Take you, rotate X 90 degrees. Rotate X 180 degrees. Thank you. And now shuttle. Move you, move you, move here. Yes. And now both of you move back and move up. And the space shuttle should move down a little bit, and then both of them again slightly up. Now you missiles move up, but just here. Now from the side you can move to your appropriate location. Okay, so we have all of you. You are at the correct location. Now all we need to do is what do we need to do? Oh, ramp. So ramp is going to be very easy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new collection. I'm going to call it scene, and I'm going to add this cube, and I'm going to add a bevel modifier, and I'm going to go to edit mode, and I'm going to look at you guys, and you are going to be scaled. Maybe everything for the beginning. Scale Z, make it like a launch pad. Scale Shift Z, make it very wide. select the bottom edge and make it and scale it. Why didn't you select everything? Now did you select everything? Oh, what is going on? A, okay, scale Z, scale Shift Z, everything. Thank you. This is better. Select the bottom edge loop, scale it. And again, you're not selecting everything. Interesting. So select everything and scale it outwards a little bit. And I think maybe I want it to be a little bit narrow, like this. And let's again look at the reference. So it doesn't really matter, it just needs to be slightly elevated. And yes, that's it. And I should probably find a better image of the space shuttle just sitting on the stand. And probably in the movie I can find one image. Let's look at one. Let's look for one. Scrub it. Oh, no, it's not good enough. Is this good enough? Yeah. So it's like this ramp and some platform and the tower. Okay. So the ramp maybe is already good enough. Maybe we need the platform. So let's start working on the platform. How does it look? It probably rectangle with 4 legs. Okay, easy peasy. So this is ramp. Now object mode, shift A, mesh, cube, scale Z. Yes, why not? Move it slightly down. Yes, scale shift Z. More. Great. And now we can do Control R. Sorry, object mode, Control R. Control R. Face select. Extrude. And individual origins, scale. That's it. Take the platform, move it up. Great. Now let's take this, apply the low poly material, go to UV editing, select everything, select everything, select everything, scale it. This should be gray. Apply the low poly material, go to object mode, select everything, sorry, select everything, select everything, scale. This should be this yellow, I think. No, I don't like this yellow at all. That's actually a bummer because I don't have the how you say. But I'm wondering how where are we? Just a second. Select everything. We're on this one. If I go here and I change it to this more grayish color, like dirt, like this, gray yellow, and I export here, will it update in Blender? No, it doesn't. Okay, so let's do it again. Okay, yeah, that's better. It's kind of flat, but we are going for a flat, low poly sort of view, so that's good enough. So we have this, we have this. I think if I'm not mistaken, let's go to layout again. So the tower should be on the left of the spaceship. So I don't know if there's room for it here. So let's select everything and move it to the side like this. And let's start working on the tower. And as I said, we're going to do the SpaceX launch tower. Yes, because as you can see, it's much simpler. It's just this rectangle with this corridor to get on the ship with the antenna on top. So let's do it. Go to our scene, make sure we are in object mode, add a cube, scale Z up, move it up, also move it to the side. I'm pretty sure I would like the platform to touch the tower. Seems like the appropriate thing. And I'm going to add a bevel modifier. Yes. Already looking better. Let's go to UV editing. Let's add the low poly material. Let's select everything here, scale it down, and put it on the black. Let's go to layout for just a second. And that's a problem. This is really not what I want. And the reason is I probably can give it some more character if I color the edges in this gray. So let's do it. I should probably, and this time I'm going to do it destructively because I don't really care, because it's such a simple model. Now when I choose these edges, I can move them to a gray color and they will look, now it's starting to look better. Let's see, where is there more color here? Okay, so first of all, the hand probably will add some more variation with this white, and there's this little things at the bottom. Let's see if we'll need them at the end. So let's do the antenna and the ramp. And probably I'm going to scale it down. It's not that big. And also, if I try to imagine this corridor touching the aircraft, so I'm pretty sure this tower should go here. Great. Shift, let's just make sure it's in the right height. Shift right click. Yes, Shift A. Oh, are we in object mode? Yeah, no, I don't want to be in object mode. Now I want it. Add a cube, scale it down, scale Y, rotate Z. No, before that, scale Y, that's too long. Scale Shift Y, that's too big. Move here. No, let's do it better. Let's look at the side and yeah, move it here. Yes, rotate Z. Okay, so select everything, scale it down, move it to white, and go here, add an edge loop, and make this edge black. Great. Shift right click. Let's add another cube, scale it down, select the top face, inset, extrude, inset, extrude, scale it down, So select one, link select everything, scale it down, put it on this gray color. Okay, let's go to layout. Let's look at what we have right now. Let's try to look at it from the image we're trying to recreate. So we are trying to recreate, yeah, exactly, this frame. So it's going to be something like this, So the ramp is way too big, and I don't see the hand here, so I want to try and emphasize it. Or let's do it like this. Let's move it here. Let's select this face, do Shift S, cursor to selected, and now we can do rotate along the 3D cursor and rotate Z, select everything, rotate Z, something like this or like this. I think this is more realistic, this will look better. Let's try both. Yeah, I like it like this. So let's move it. Let's move from the top. Let's move it to this location. And now again, let's try and create the same frame. So we're going to look at it from down below. Look at it from down. Let's move the selector cursor to origin. Okay, so we're going to look like this. We need to take the ramp and squeeze it a lot, and we are going to add trees over here to no, maybe like this from below. And now we're going to have trees over here. Yeah, blocking our vision. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so let's fix the ramp. So scale Y. And again, let's look at the vision. And some trees over here. Great. So let's look at the list of things we need to model. So ramp, I think I'm going to call it a day on ramp because time is running short. We have the tower, we need the water tower and a tree. So let's start with the tree. Let's hide everything, hide the scene, hide the fuel tanks and the shuttle and everything. And let's just work on a simple basic tree. Shift A, cylinder. Yes. Scale down and scale on the Z. Go to wireframe mode, edit mode, add select. And now let's start extrude scale. What? Oh yeah, sorry. Medium point scale, rotate, extrude scale. Oh no, I'm making the simpler tree. I think I'm gonna make the simpler tree. What trees do we have here? Yeah, I'll just make the simple tree. So let's X vertices, X vertices. Select you, extrude, Z, scale. Is something weird going on? No. Extrude, Z, scale. This is probably already an overkill for what I'm going for, and we're going to fill this solid. Let's just make sure. Yes, we have this. And now let's do Shift A. We want a plane. Scale it down. Move it to the side just for a second. Scale Y, make it more like a rectangle. Scale X, make it slightly smaller. Add some edge loops. add solidify modifier. Maybe no. Now let's just from top view do some variation to this. So scale X, this just slightly move to here, you move here, you move out, you move here, you move out. Yes, so let's look at it. And now let's GX, that's great. Move up. Let's move, look at it like this. Now let's move this like this, this like this. And we can choose both of these and move them down slightly, and this also down. Now we get this shape of like a leaf. And let's move this down or up. No, I think I like this better. Okay, Control L, Alt duplicate, rotate Z 90. Oh, what I did. Alt D, you're supposed to give me a new one. No? No. Let's do Shift D. RZ90. No, no. 3D cursor. RZ90. Select both of these. Shift, duplicate, rotate Z90. Ninety. 180. Great. So we have this. Select these two. Control L, and now RZ. Oh, sorry. Select this. Select this. Select this. Select this. Control L. Shift D. Rotate Z. Shift D. Rotate Z. Oh, sorry. Select all of these. Shift D. Rotate Z. And now Shift D, Z, rotate Z, scale. And now I want median point, scale, Shift D, move up, scale, Shift D, move up, scale, Shift D, move up, scale. And I feel like it's better just to make this a shorter tree. A M distance. Thank you. What? Nice. Okay, GZ. Great. Select all of you. Everything here. Moves it down. Scale up a little bit. Now let's do like random. So let's do like this. No, we don't want the transform to randomize. Let's do random. now we have all of these selected, maybe not you guys, but we have everything beside the tree, so it's in mesh, I'm pretty sure. Transform, no transform, mirror, snap, duplicate, extrude, merge. If any of you know what I'm looking for, I'm looking for the thing that you can randomize everything. Is it not transform your randomize? I guess not, because that doesn't sound like something I want. If I'm here, does random, no, nothing here also. Okay, let's try making the best of this. Let's scale that. Let's scale in general. And maybe, you know what, I'm just going to hide this tree. I don't like it. It's becoming too much of a chore. Let's just create an even simpler tree. So let's do Shift A. Let's do a cylinder. Oh, object mode Shift A, cylinder. What is going on? Oh, scene is hidden. So let's hide it again. Let's create a new collection for trees. And add this guy here. This is an old tree. And now to this tree, let's add this tree. So you want probably a cylinder. Yes, scale, Shift Z. Thank you. Go to side view, move it up. Edit mode, move it down. Wireframe mode, move it down. Wireframe, move it up. Rotate, move you, extrude, scale, rotate, extrude, scale. And now let's add two edge loops here. Scale, no. Take the bottom one, slide it over. Let's take this two faces. That's you, and mesh transform to circle. Yes, and now let's do this, the following: extrude, scale, rotate, extrude, scale. So this is one branch, and we will keep it simple. Select this two faces, mesh transform to sphere, and extrude, scale, rotate, extrude, scale. Great, maybe just another one, faces, this one and this one, mesh transform sphere, and extrude, scale, rotate, extrude, scale. Go over 8. I don't like you so tall. Go down. Not no what I don't like you so tall. Move down. Gracias. Now let's shift right click to put it here. Shift A. Icosphere. Scale it down. Shift D. Shift D. Scale. Move it and move it up. Great. Shift D. Scale. Shift D. Scale. Shift D. Scale. Solid view. Yes. Yes, that's my tree. You don't need to overstress it. So let's select. Okay, no. First of all, apply material, low poly, UV editing, select. Do we have some more icospheres? Control L. Did I miss anything? No. Select all of you, scale you down. You're going to be 3. And select the trunk. You're going to be a trunk. Great. So we have a tree. Okay, so let's go back to our list. We have a tree. Now we need the water tower. So let's hide the trees. And the water tower is going to be part of the scene. So let's bring the scene back. Let's bring the space shuttle back, just so we have something to reference. And we also need fuel tanks. Fuel tanks. There you are. Gracias. So we have our space shuttle. We have our tree, by the way. Is it way too big? Yeah, wow, that's some one hell of a tree. Let's go down. Is this the size of the tree? No, this is probably the size of the tree. Yes, and I think Control Alt G to center. Yes, I remember shortcuts. I'm evolving. Great. So let's move it slightly up, ever so slightly. Okay, we got. So we have the tree. Let's hide it. Now I want the water tower. So let's look at the scene. Here we can't really see the water tower, and I think it means it's further away. So let's look at the second scene we are going to create. So this is the second view. Oh, this is the first view, sorry. So let's look at it for a second. So we're looking from, I think the horizon is here, so we are at the height of the ramp, like this. We are further away. We are like this far probably. And the water tower is probably in front of us here. This is the water tower. And the rest is going to be blocked by trees. Let's just for a second bring our tree here. Yes, this is going to be nice. I'm going to just cover everything here with trees, and the water tower is going to be here somewhere. Okay. Excellent. Hi, you guys. And now let's make the water tower over here. So it's pretty simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legs. This big chunky boy, this big chunky boy, and this big chunky boy. And let's start. Shift S. cursor to origin, shift in our scene, shift A, mesh cylinder. Is there a shape better? No, cylinder. Go to side, G, Z, GX, scale it down a bit, go here, select the top view, and it is like 1, 2 breaks, 3 breaks, so that means extrude, scale, extrude, scale, extrude, scale, and GZ, thank you. And now there's like a tiny house over there. Extrude, right click, scale, extrude, scale 0, and we have whatever this is, and we can probably add this edge loop and select the faces of it and extrude it up a little bit, maybe less. And I'm doing it because you can see there's like this edge here. Okay, now let's go to the bottom. I think I can safely select this guy and move it up, and nothing would happen. You see, it's more wide than tall. I think even more. And now let's repeat the process here. Extrude, scale, extrude, scale. Now select this one, go to side view, extrude all the way to the top. And I am pretty sure that if I'll do the following thing, scale shift Z, make it narrow. Yeah, I'm not mad. I think it's better. Okay, now we need the legs. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legs. Do I care that we have 5 legs? I don't feel like I care that we have 5 legs. Okay, we're going to do 4 legs. And let's do an extrude. Scale. Along individual origins, scale. And extrude. And yes, they reach the ground. And I think that's a completely no, I think I'll do the rings. Yeah, I was going to say that it's good enough, but I don't think it's actually good enough. So let's do let's select this bottom part, shift S, cursor to selected, shift ed, shift A, cylinder scale Z, and now let's go to it and scale it. Yeah, that's not going to work. So shift A, circle, and it's way too detailed. Let's do like 10. Scale it, scale it. Wait, don't you? Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. So extrude, scale, face select, extrude, scale, Control L, scale, and Shift D, move up, scale, Shift D, move up, scale. So this is going to be our water tower. I'm pretty sure I need to scale it. And median point, scaled up. Did I just make a mess? Yes, I did. Control L. And now scale it up. Great. And now apply this material, the low poly material. Let's look at it. And it seems like it's in this gray color. I think it's black gray, but sorry, blue gray, but we don't have blue gray, and that's good enough for me. Okay, so we have everything we need. Now let's export everything to Godot, and we can start work on the rest. So if you're following along, first of all, thank you very much. Your company means a lot to me. It's pretty late where I live, so the fact that you're here is very helpful. So just a second. So what we are trying to replicate. So we are going to have two, I can show you here, okay? We are going to have this platform here with the tower and the spaceship and the water tower and some grass, which is going to be just the color green. I'm not going to do anything fancy with the grass. Some water, some sky with an HDRI, and we're going to have two camera locations, one here behind the trees, and it's going to replicate this frame with the space shuttle launch with, you see, the water tower and everything and the trees. Okay, so this is going to be one of the frames, and we're going to have another one, which is this. Okay, so we are going to look at the ocean and the sky, and we will have the ramp and everything. And we are going to create this fire effect, and we are going to create this smoke effect. And we're going to have a camera following the trajectory of the spaceship. So this is the plan. We now have all the models. We can start working on the individual parts, and in probably an hour or so, we could finally start doing everything else, which is the composition, the effects, you know, putting it all together. Great. So models, we can finally mark them as big green V. Now export everything. Go to layout, shading. Let's hide everything. Let's go to our tree. Beautiful, beautiful, lovely little tree. Move him slightly up so that it is standing on the origin. Apply, transform, export GLTF. We're going to call it tree. Make sure to only include selected objects and custom parameters. Export GLTF. So tree done. Next scene. So let's show everything. Let's move away and let's name everything properly. So this is platform. This is tower. This is water tower. So we got everything. Let's hide them and one by one export them. So first of all, platform. Actually, do I want to change anything? I probably just want to move the water tower here. And I want the water tower to be at the ground level of the plane, like this. And if I apply all the objects transform now, it would be a very easy import into Godot. So let's just for a second, just for a brief second, re-look at our shuttle and the fuel tanks. Like, oh, this is the copy. Fuel tanks. And now this is probably the frame. No. This frame didn't have the, or did it have the water tower? Let's look at it. Why do I try and guess? Yeah, it have the water tower here. So we're at ground level. We are here. I think probably the water tower is going to be further away, like something like this. And then I'm going to look at it like this, maybe. Something like this. And I'm going to put a lot of trees here, like really blocking the frame. See, like this. And I'm going to look from below the trees. There's going to be trees here and they're going to block my view. So this is what we are going to try to recreate. And I think at least as an initial location, this is good enough. Chef kiss. And let's select everything. Deselect the shuttle. Okay, let's just select manually all of these. This is everything from the scene, and let's export it together. I don't see any reason why I should not do it like this, but there probably is. So good luck to me. Please everyone hold fingers. This is going to be our scene. Wait, before I do anything stupid, let's apply the object transforms. And now I can safely export this. I'm going to call it scene and export GLTF2. Okay, so we have the scene, we have the tree, we have the space shuttle. I'm pretty sure we're done. Let's try and recreate this simple scene in Godot. So save the shuttle, go to world. Let's wait. Let's add scene GLTF. Wow, this color is really different than here on Blender, and it's probably because of the lighting. And as a quick fix, it's not going to be the final one. I'm going to create a default environment. Let's look at the ambient light, and I want sky contribution to be 0. And now I'm just going to add a directional light, and I'm going to put it up, and I'm going to point it down at everything. It's still not the color I want, but I'm going to add a beautiful HDRI and play with the colors, and we're going to do white balance, and it's not going to stay this ugly yellow. It's not supposed to be yellow, so we're going to fix it. And let's add our shuttle scene. Let's take the scene and let's move it until everything is aligned properly, and we can already let's do it like this. Let's add some spatial node for the cameras. Welcome to bad spelling with IndieQuest. Cameras, that just doesn't seem right. I'm sorry. Please someone spell cameras in chat, please. Cameras. Wait, I was right. Is this right? Cameras. Okay, I guess I was correct. Okay, let's add the first camera. Let's move it to the correct location. Go to 2 viewports, and one of them is going to be the preview of the camera. And we can move it here. We probably want to move it here. Rotate to the side and rotate up. And I think it's too far away. probably want it more like this, I think, and maybe up. But now the water tower is all messed up. But can I do it with editable children? So I can take the water tower. Can I move it? Yes, I can move just the water tower. This is very nice. So is this the frame? Is this the frame? No. No, it's not. Probably I can go here, rotate like this, take the water tower, okay, I can't take the camera too much up. If I take it too high, when I add the trees, which is going to be exactly in 2 seconds, it wouldn't look natural because trees are not that high, especially not the tree I made. Okay, let's add another spatial node for the trees. By the way, if I would have to put, a number to the level I have in animating and composing and making things look beautiful, I would give myself, in a scale of 1 to 10, a 1. So if any of you have anything that can help me, I would be very grateful. I'm just going by feel right now. I never done something like this before, so any tip would be highly appreciated. Okie dokie. Let's try adding some trees. And let's go up. This is our camera, so we can probably move it here. Let's put it down like this, and you can see you can already see that the camera should be probably a little down. Stop it. Camera, I want you to go down. Yes. Now the tree can go down. And let's duplicate. Let's do it first by feel and then the little details afterwards. So Control D. Control D. Maybe scale it up a little bit. Okay, I can still see the ground, which I don't like. So let's try and take the camera down and look up. Okay, that's fine. Let's do our scene. Maybe a little bit higher. Yes, this is nice. I think this shot is okay. Let's work with it. Let's play with it a little bit. Let's see what happens. Now let's try and add both the. So I want the ground and I want the water. So I hear my little daughter just woke up. So I'm going to give her a pacifier and help her go to sleep. So see you in a couple of seconds. And I'm back. Sorry about that. So we have the scene starting to take shape. So now let's go back to a single view and let's see how can we add water and grass. And the proper way to do it, it would be to look at this frame that we're trying to recreate. And for that, we're going to add a new camera. And let's move it. This one, that is so weird. In this one, it seems like the water tower, no, the water tower is maybe here. Now let's go to this camera just for a second. So how come this looks so different? So this is looking from here. So how come I don't see the ramp here? Maybe because it's something, it's more like, maybe it's more like this. And this entire thing with the trees. So wait, let's start with the camera first. So we need to do like this. And this, which is more similar to where we were at the beginning. Okay, now we can take the trees maybe, move them here, maybe up, and like this. Yes, this seems nice. If I press play here, what would happen? Oh yeah, we have the physics working on the tanks. Okay, let's just look at the composition wise. Okay, this could work. This could work. Okay, let's go to the second camera right now, and this camera is looking at it from here probably. Let's go to this camera, stop the preview, maybe preview it from here. No, this camera, and preview it from here. And this one is looking at the shuttle from the side, from above, and it's also catching the water tower, so probably even more from here and here. starting to think the water tower should go even more here. This is more correct for this camera. Now let's go for this camera. I'm not hating it. Let's just say it like this. I can even take it maybe slightly here. Maybe here so we can understand it's a water tower. And now again for the second camera. We see the trees here, which I don't like. So maybe rotate slightly outside the frame. Yes, this is better. And let's go to the second frame. So we need grass and ocean. So let's start with adding the grass. Let's go to scene, add child, mesh instance. And which mesh instance will work here? I think cylinder has the potential of working here. We're going to need a very big one, so let's do a top radius of 50. Okay, let's do a bottom 55. Let's take it down a notch, something like this. 50 is too big, so let's do 30 and 32. Okay, this already looks better. 20, 21. This is okay. Let's look from the first camera. Okay, I like it. It's fine. Let's call it grass. And let's color it. A new spatial material. Albedo. This green color. Yeah, I want it to be brighter than the trees. Let's look at it from the relevant frames. So here it looks like we need to do a darker green. How about here? Here you can barely see the ground because there's trees going all over here. I can't add them in this instance, so I won't, but let's try a darker green. Let's see what happens. So it blends too much with the trees. Maybe grayish, no gray I don't like. This deep bright green. Okay, let's look from the other camera perspective. Let's do this as current. Okay, let's do this as current. And this not. Okay, that's starting to look better. Now I can go to scene and I'll add another mesh instance. It's going to be a plane. It's going to be a huge plane. So let's do like, I don't know, 500, 500. And I'm going to first add the spatial material of the color of this ocean blue, and take it down, and we need it bigger, something like 1000, 1000. Five thousand. Does it stop? Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, stupid me. So my far is 100 and I need like something like 500. And also here, my far should be like 500. 1000 maximum. 2 to 500. That's good enough. Let's look from the other camera perspective. This is good enough. You can see the water, you can see the the grass, the trees, the water tower. There's lack of variation here. I would like in an optimal state. Oh, always. Oh my God! I almost read a message from like 2 hours ago. This is how you can see my brain is starting to deteriorate. Okay, so it seems fine. Oh, I was starting to say that in an optimal, if I was trying to really polish this, I would probably add some more things here, and you can see them in the frame. You know, like towers and some roads and something. But maybe I can hide it with a tree. When in doubt, hide your shame. So let's Control D and move it here. And let's do some rotation. Control D. Rotation, rotation. Rotation. I was trying to add some variation to the trees. Okay, I think that's better actually. It's less apparent that there's not enough details in everything. Okay, where are we now? So we have I'm sure I think we have the initial composition ready. Okay, so what I'm going to do now? Okay, let's first of all um, okay, let's think about it a little bit. So, and I actually made a to-do list just for this thing. So, in these times where I can't really think, my past self did all the thinking. So I can do the particles. I think it would be fun, which is important right now because we need some fun stuff. So this is one options. Camera on turret scene. Oh, we need to make this. That's correct. So we'll do it in just a second. And we want space shuttle scene, I think. No, we need the particles for this. And okay, so we can let's okay, I know what we're going to do. We're going to start by going to our shuttle. We're going to take our side tank and we're going to set the gravity scale to 0. And we're going to take this side tank and we're going to set this gravity scale to 0. And I'm going to go to shuttle and I'm going to add a script to shuttle. And I'm going to add a function called launch. And it is going to be a very simple function. We're going to have a variable called is flying, and it's going to be a boolean, going to be initialized to false, and this function is simply going to say is flying equal true. And in physics process we can do transform global translate vector 3 dot up times delta times 10, and let's go to our world scene. Let's collapse everything. Let's add an animation player. And let's add an animation. I'm going to call it main sequence, and let's say it's going to be at least for now 10-second animation. Oh sorry, it's max 0.1. but the animation is going to take 10 seconds. And what we are going to animate. So first of all, let's go to our first camera, and we are going to set this to current. You know what, I can probably do it differently. Let's just for a second delete keys. Okay, so there's a way to add functions to animations. So we can do, there's supposed to be this plus sign. Yes, here it is. Call method track. And I want to go to our camera. And we want to add the function, and I don't really know how to do it. So when in doubt, go to the documentation. First question, and you okay, so we did add a full call function track. And now what can I do? How do I add something? So do I go to camera, right click, insert key? Oh, great. So we want make current. Great. So on the first frame, we're making the first camera current. Let's stop looking at this, and in this camera we're going to set the FOV. So let's do something like this. Let's move from here. So let's keyframe this, and let's say we over 1 second move to this zoom. Let's decrease something like this, and then we're going to I immediately forgot where was the button to add. Yeah, there, add track, call method track, go to camera 2, and now we're going to here insert key, and we want to make this camera current, and in this camera, let's do the preview. We want it to be zoomed in a little bit more, and maybe even rotated like this. Like this maybe. So this is zoomed in. Yes. And I want it to, let's key point this. Wait. Oh, you need to move here. And now let's key point this. And over 2 seconds, let's zoom out to something like this.
Okay, that's interesting. Now let's go to world. Let's add this script to world, and in funcready we are going to get our animation player. We are going to say play main sequence. Now let's run for a second and see what happens. Okay, so it was too fast and our spaceship was flying up, and the reason is we didn't use our is flying. So if is flying, and only if you're flying, propel yourself up. And now I'm going to go back to my animation player, and I'm going to take everything here and maybe even everything here, move it, give ourselves like 2 seconds to understand what's happening, and then give us up until 6, something like this. Let's look at it again. So zooming in slightly, 3, 2, 1, and then smoke, sparks, cool stuff, effects, just amazing things. And we're going to do some color correction, some blurriness when we get further away, some fog. We're going to make it look nice. I'm going to put some nice HDRI on the sky. Yeah, I was split on how it might look, but I'm starting to get the feeling it's going to be a nice little project. So I'm happy, at least for now. Famous last word. I'm happy. Okay, what do we want to do now? So maybe let's try to add to our animation player the lunch. So let's say that after a second, somewhere here maybe, um, you know what? Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to use um, the animation player to move the shuttle, and I'm not going to use um, the function I just wrote. So I'm going to use this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select my shuttle. I'm going to go to transform and make a key point. Translation. And now I'm going to take my space shuttle, then move it up, and I'm going to, didn't I key point? Yeah, I key point it. And now over here, so now I'm going to take the spaceship and take it up, and I'm going to, let's say something around 40, key point this, and I'm also going to take the second camera and I'm going to rotate it up. Wait, before I do that, I should probably go here to the start of the lunch and take the transform and key point the location, the rotation, sorry. And here I want to again key point the rotation, right? No, because I haven't rotated yet. Now I did. And let's key point. And let's probably here I want to start zooming in, so let's do another FOV key, and at the end I want to be much more zoomed in and probably more rotated. And now let's do the key point for the FOV, and let's do the key point for the rotation. And now let's play the sequence and let's see what happens. So what happened is that the shuttle, let's go to our animation player. Let's go to the beginning of the animation. So yeah, let's go to the shuttle just for a second. And let's add some key points for translation and for rotation, because I know I'm going to rotate it at some point. And let's play again just for, so we're zooming in on our shuttle, zooming out, and then it flies away. And we are zooming in, and of course, you know, the timing is not perfect. We need to play with it a little bit to make it clear. You see, it just immediately flies up. It's not very realistic. We need some anticipation, some the smoke, the fire. So we're going to do this, and we need obviously to give it some more time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do it. But if I play it again, just for a second, zooming in on our ship, and then it flies away. Okay, so as a basic, you know, this is the basic thing that needs to happen. So let's just go to our to-do list for a second, and let's update where we are. So camera as turret. So this is something I'm not going to do because I'm going to animate the camera with the animation player. So no camera on turret. Space shuttle we have, but we still need to add the particle effects. Let's see. No effect sequence, check. Custom environment and effects. Okay, so let's maybe that's actually a good time to do the HDR. So the way I'm going to do it, I'm going to export an HDR from a different project I have. So let's take, it's here, assets, HDRIs, better skies. I'm pretty sure this is the one. Let's open with Affinity just for a second. Yeah, so this is the one. But what I really wanted to, I found out there's like this is smudge, but I want the repair one. Let's just close it for a second. Don't save. Cancel. Let's open you again with Affinity Photo. Oh no. Let's open with Photo. And there's, oh, there it is. Healing brush tool. Control Alt to set a source before trying to heal. Control Alt. Control Alt. Click Alt. Beautiful technology. Future. Future. Is it better even? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe I can add this, gradient. I'm gonna save it. And in the game development, active, spatial assets, new folder, HDRI, enter, and save. Excellent. Go to Godot. We have an HDRI folder. It's going to probably take it an hour. Control Alt Shift S. Export to assets HDRI. Save. And now Godot is going to import it. Well, this is going to be a long stream. I hope this won't turn into a 2-day thing, because if it would, I would miss one of my deadlines for a model every day. I did one yesterday. I just didn't publish it because I had a pretty rough day at work, so I didn't have any time. But I wouldn't want to miss this day. So let's see if we can squeeze a victory from this day. Maybe if I stop talking, I would increase my chances of doing it. So we want an environment. Put it up here. We want a new environment. We want the background to be sky, new panorama, sky, and we want to add the better skies HDRI. Already better, already much better. Now I need to do the trick with the light source. So first of all, this one is one of those that really need to, yeah, in tone map, take the white down. No, not the white, the exposure. Yeah, if you reduce the exposure, you can see better that where the sky is. So let's take our directional light. Let's reset everything. Let's move it up so it's on. And let's rotate such that it's pointing at us. Whoa, 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 guy, come on, relax. So not Y, I want in the X. Which X? No, I want in the Y. Thank you. Move here, move up, and rotate to point at me. Why are you doing this? This is not the time for this, my friend. Okay, I'm going to leave it like this. Are you pointing at least at the correct direction? You are not even remotely pointing at the correct direction. I'm sorry. You're going to play with me, nice, and I don't care. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, this will just have to do because I really don't have time for this right now. So let's go back to our environment. Let's make it bright again. Let's look from our first camera preview, and you can see nicely lit environment with beautiful colors. Maybe this yellow is too yellow and we might fix this. Okay, now let's continue tweaking some parameters about our environment. Okay, let's do too coloristic. Yeah, I like filmic. We want fog, yes, we want. Depth begin, let's make it, let's take to 5. maybe even closer. If I do 0, if I do 1, if I do 200. Okay, so let's do 5. And you can see this slightly changes the color here. Let's do this like 500 and do this 200 now. No, I want it close. I want it very close. Okay. Ambient light, we do want some, no, sorry. Reflections, yes. I think maybe it's too bright. So let's do the ambient light. Let's do 0.9 maybe. 0.75 maybe. 0.5 maybe. Yes. Kind contribution 0.8. Thank you. Looks better. Light reflection, SSAO. Depth of field blurred totally. And we want it to start further away. Yeah, let's 30 is fine. And the transition and the amount you want to see, it does the sky and also the connection between the water and the sky, which is good for us. And now depth of near blur. Yes, maybe let's go slowly. Okay. Maybe we need to add like this some tree that really gets affected by this. So let's go to the trees, and this is the camera, and we want a tree that really blocks the camera. So let's do 2 views. Yes, this is with a preview. Is it the correct preview? Now it is. So let's Control D. Oh, I'm duplicating the camera. I want to duplicate a tree. Something like this, maybe? And now I go to my environment again, and we are depth of near, and now I can increase and this is maybe slightly better. Okay, I think I like this view, I might say. Let's try and run it just for a second, see how it looks. Great. So it moves too fast up, that's for sure. I can this is something that is really quick fix because I just go to my animation player and I simply take everything after this, just you guys, and I just push you all the way to the back of the animation. And let's run it again, and now probably we'll have and I feel like with some more flare, some more smoke and fire, it would look better. Also, I'm pretty sure, let's look at the video, that the space shuttle does this rotation. I don't know if we are going to replicate it, but it is something that happens. You see, let's go here. It starts straight, and you're going to see it's going to rotate. See this? The slight turn, and it's always accelerating. So we'll need to see how we are replicating this. This is something that we are not going to be looking at. Okay, so oh, I didn't look at the preview from the second camera. Let's look at it for a second. Wow, this is a bland, boring ass image. I think if we don't start the sparks and flames and everything before we transition to this image, it is going to look very, very bland. But let's worry about this later. First of all, let's do the smoke. So let's open Affinity. Let's do a new project. Let's do something like 1024, 1024. Create. And let's just so that it will be easier to work, let's make this black background. Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you. Now let's do the following, and I am actually thinking, yeah, you know what? Let's do it with some animation. So show grid manager, and basic grid. 64 pixels, I think. No, we want 512, every 512 pixels. Let's do two divisions. Grid lines, let's do them like something white here, of course. And do we have a control of the width? Why did you do it like this? That's 256. No, I did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. What? Oh yeah, never mind. I'm going to do a simpler version. So what we want to do here is, I have a graphic tablet, but you can just do it with your mouse. We take some brush. We are looking for some soft brush like this, and let's make it bigger. Let's do a test, and I think the color is black, so let's change it to white. So you can see we can make this cloud-like drawing. And I'm going to take the opacity, and I'm not going to use the full opacity. 40. Yes, this is good enough. And now we're going to draw this abstract shape of a cloud. Really doesn't need to be anything special. Just play around with whatever seems to be good. And I think this is pretty decent cloud. Now what I'm going to do is, first of all, move this outside so I can hide this, and go to my file, document setup, color, transparent. Okay, and now there's this cloud in the background. We can barely see it, but it's there. So I'm going to leave it right now. I don't need the graphic tablet no more. I'm going to export this. Oh, sorry, export, PNG, export. And we want to export to D, game development, active projects, space shuttle, assets, and let's make a new folder, visual effects. And this is smoke. We're going to make both the smoke and the fire. There's other ways of doing it with animations and some different things, but there's an amazing YouTube channel that is showing how to make beautiful masterpieces of visual effect with particle systems, but it's in Unity. Not all the features are available in Godot, but if you want to learn how to do visual effects, I recommend it, and maybe I'll link it somewhere. But my point is that you look at the process, and it almost always starts with just this freehand weird shape in Photoshop, or I'm using Affinity, but he's using Photoshop, and it is so surprising what the effects you can achieve. So I'm going to show you a bed version, like a cheap man version of his amazing visual effects. So let's create this visual effect. Let's do a 3D scene, and I'm going to call this smoke. This is going to be the white smoke we are seeing here, and also here. This is what we want, the smoke. So we are going to add some particle effect, and we are going to go to draw passes and add a quad, add a material to the quad. We're going to be transparent and unshaded. Sorry, unshaded. We're going to go to vertex color, use as albedo, parameters, blend mode mix, cull mode disabled, billboard mode Y billboard, and that's it. Oh, sorry, of course not. I'm going to go to albedo, and I'm going to go to my visual effects, and this is the smoke that I just created, and here you can see it. Beautiful, majestic smoke. Madman TNT. Okay. For you, my friend, I'll just show you right now. I'm not sure I am. Let's open it. And let's see. Oh my god, look, I'm live. Why would it show me that I am live? This is such a weird thing to do. YouTube, come on. So, Unity SFX file. No, Unity SFX. Just a second. Just a second. And is this you? Yes, Shir Hayan. this is the channel. Okay, so Madman, this is the channel. Amazing stuff. You see, he has a playlist, maybe it's in his home, of VFX tutorials, and you can just go over this. I tried doing it, so Godot does not support it. You can't really create everything, but maybe more accurate uh, to say that you can do almost nothing like he does, but it gives you an insight to how it works. What's the process like? How does it he think? Where do we start and how does it finish? And it's a great exercise trying to recreate what he does in a different way. It really taught me a lot. And now we're going to see the results, which is some bad smoke effect. Okay, so let's go back here. So we have our basic smoke. Let's add a processing material. It's going to be a particle material, and it's immediately going to fall down because gravity is set to something. So we're going to zero it. And let's do like 60 time. Let's do like 4 seconds, and let's look at it. So it starts very small, and it goes to all the directions. So let's do the following thing. Let's give it some initial velocity, something like 5. 5 is too fast. Let's do 0, and instead let's do linear acceleration. Let's do like 3. And now let's go to direction and do just for the test. Why does linear acceleration make it move up is beyond me. So let's give it some very small initial velocity. And you can see already that it looks like smoke. So if you ever wondered how you make smoke in Godot, look, it's almost ready. If you want to, I'll give you another tip. You go to drawing and you say draw order, view depth, and now it will look even more like smoke. And if you really want to sell it, you can go to emission shape, sphere, something very small, and direction is up. This is right. Maybe some less spread and shorter lifetime, maybe. Yeah, and you can see it's already looking like something smoking. So that's one is free on the house. Now let's go to our direction. We do want it to move on both the X and the Z. No, you know what? Maybe just the X. And we want some spread. And I want the acceleration now. So if I do 1, it accelerates. That's good. And now I can go to gravity and give it something very small, like 1/2. And you can see it's starting to curve up. And maybe give it some higher initial velocity. Maybe lower. Okay, so we already have this smoking thing. Now what I want, and you can see that this black in the middle is kind of ruining it for me. So I can simply go to Affinity and I can draw over it. And export again as smoke, save. It is going to update here. And this already looks slightly better. Okay, so this is, let's call this up. Let's add some spatial node and call it side 1. Put up here, duplicate, call this down. And for down, we are going to go to our processing material, make it unique. And we are going to go to gravity and set it to 0. And now you see we have this going even more towards the bottom. Maybe give it very small gravity. So this is one side. We can now start playing with the color and with the scale. So let's do scale. Let's do a curve. Let's do start small. Add some point. Go to maximum, and towards the end become smaller. And let's go to color and add some gradient. And the gradient should go from black to black. And the less black should be transparent. Maybe not pure black. Let's do like this gray. And this, I want it to be fully transparent. And in the middle, let's add this white color, which is not transparent at all. And here I see that it's too transparent. Maybe too gray. Something like this I think is better. And we should also do it for up. So up, let's go to scale, curve, head point, take this slightly down, take this down. We get the smoke. This is one side. We can now duplicate and rotate. And I'm going to now, I think maybe this side I want it slightly lower. Save it. Let's go to our world. And this is just a test. If it looks less than optimal, it's something that is expected. Let's go here to our scene, not to our scene. Let's create a new spatial node, and let's call it effects. Let's start with our smoke. Let's go to it. We can probably rotate like this. This is more the way it looks in the video, I think. Let's go to our smoke. I think one of them should go to the side and the other should go to the other side. Save it. Let's run a scene for just for a second. Okay, let's go to world and to our script, and let's for now pass. Or maybe, you know what, we don't really need it. And the reason is I can just look at it with the previews for the cameras. So I want to rotate this to the side slightly. So let's go to our effects, smoke, transform, rotation. something like this maybe. So this looks good from here. Maybe it's slightly disappearing with the clouds, but it's not horrible. From here it also seems kind of nice. I think we can probably do it differently. Let's take this like this. Let's delete one of the sides. Yeah. And now in the world we're going to only have this smoke. So we'll have the smoke coming from here. Let's select it, put it down, rotate it. Now we can duplicate and rotate, and it's much more versatile, I think, than to have this constraint of having to move both of them together. Now let's go to the first camera. Nice. Second camera. Nice. Okay, so smoke. We got it. Now we want the fire. So let's do this. Call it fire. Add some particles. Again, pretty simple. Add a quad. Add a material. Transparent and unshaded. Use as albedo so we can control the colors. Depth, no. Albedo. Put our smoke texture. Oh, another thing I want to do here. Sorry. I want to go to angle and allow randomness here. Go down, angle, and that's it. Oh, another thing probably is this is the linear acceleration. What I want is a new curve, and I'm going to accelerate at the beginning. No, wait. 1, -1, 1. Okay, clear, new curve, -1 and 1, endpoint, I want to at 1, and then I want to endpoint, I want to decelerate, and then I want to, maybe not that much, to slightly accelerate. Okay, that's it with the smoke. Let's go back here, go to drawing, not local coordinates, view depth, and now what we want to do is the following: processing material, new particle material, gravity 0, initial velocity, let's do 1, direction, all direction but clamped. So now you can see it just moves like this in a circle. We could do some, let's say 100. You can see it moves like in this circle. I'm going to change the emission shape to a box, which is going to be high but very narrow. Okay, so now there's this box. Maybe it's too high. 1 is probably good enough. Yes. And what I forgot is in our draw passes material, I forgot in the parameters to say to co well to say to be white billboard. That's it. And now in the process material we can go to color, new gradient, and we can go and look at the space shuttle, and you can see it's orange, yellow, orange, yellow, black, gray. So let's do this gradient. So it's something transparent because I want it to appear. Orange, yellow, white almost with full alpha. Sorry. Black, gray. Now you can see I can pump up the number of particles and make the shape longer, and I'll get the effect I want. So I'll be right back. Hello, hello. So let's go here. Now you can see when we move up, we get this smoky effect. It looks like the engine of the space shuttle. And let's let it be at any angle. And that's it. Let's make it longer. And now we can go to the shuttle and we can add this. Well, I didn't even save it, so let's save it. Fire, shuttle, add our fire, and it's obviously too big right now, and it's also not in the center, so let's reset location. We can probably because we are not going to move that fast, we can reduce this size 0.05, 0.05. Save it, shuttle, put down, not too much. Let's save it, let's run. Okay, so let's go to fire. Let's kick up the lifetime. Let's kick up the number of materials. Great. Now let's set emitting to false. Let's go to shuttle, and when I call launch, instead of doing this, I can say fire particles emitting equals true. And now in world animation player, this is where we start the launch, so I can start the fire probably here. So in my shuttle, let's do add track, call method track for our shuttle, and insert key, launch, and I should probably go to smoke, add script, and I call it func smoke returns nothing, and we are going to do up emitting shall equals true, down emitting true, both of you stop emitting, and in world I can now maybe I can go to effects and add to effects script, and I'm gonna call a function called smoke, and we are going to do smoke dot smoke smoke2 dot smoke. Great, and now I can add track for method effects, and somewhere around the first second we can call the smoke function. Now we can run, and we zoom in, smoke starting to fire, we are flying. That's maybe I really don't like the fire, so we are going to need to change it. Let's go to initial velocity. Let's do some randomness. Let's go to linear velocity, and let's do very slight acceleration and very random. Let's try now. Fire, smoke, and fire. Okay, so with the fire particles, I want a tighter box. I want the direction. Am I in fire? Yeah. Where are you? Oh, emit. Yeah, it's too late to start, and this is something that I don't like. So let's do an orange, full opacity, much more bright, much more close to the beginning. And let's go to our shuttle, and let's put it closer. Let's try again. Smoke, fire, let's go to world, animation player. I want the launch to happen almost straight after. Okay, and now in our animation player, let's make it 20 seconds. Let's zoom out. Let's move everything here to the back. Try again. Smoke, fire, slowly going up. This is much better. Fire, particles, direction. I want Is it the direction that bothers me? I don't think so. I think it's the initial velocity. It's too high. That's like 0.5. And the acceleration, I want it to have the following acceleration graph between -1 and 1. And I want it to decelerate, maybe accelerate slightly, decelerate a lot, and then stop. And I want, let's say like 7 seconds and 1000 particles. Smoke, fire, flying out and zooming. I like the timing better, I think. I think that it is going to be pretty ugly. It's unless any of you guys have any real suggestions, I feel like my brain is starting to melt a little bit. So unless anyone here is going to jump to my rescue, it's probably going to be at least pretty much this is going to be the ugliness that we're going to see. So let's just for a second go to camera 2 preview and let's move here. Flies, fly, 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 fly. And it zooms in, which I really much enjoy. And now I want to continue to 30. And I want the shuttle to go to maybe like 50. Yeah, I like it because it starts getting blurry. And I want so let's key point this. And let's look at camera 2. We have the rotation. Let's go to camera 2. And the rotation, if I do 72, yeah, I like it that it starts trailing slightly after. So let's key point now. And the FOV, maybe slightly slower, like this. Let's fire it up.
Sorry, I don't know why, but my daughter is keeps waking up, so I'm just gonna see what's going on. Okay, final touches for the fire before I'm starting to close this experiment. So we're going to give the particles some gravity, and let's just see this right now. Just a second. Now. Okay, so now I have this sound bite. I'll increase my computer audio slightly so you can hear it.
Primary control. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
So we're going to try and fit this sound to our animation.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Okay, so let's see what's the relevant parts. I think I like when they say there's a part in the beginning. Let me find it.
And we have a go for auto sequence start.
We have a go for auto sequence start. That's such a cool thing to say. We have a go for auto sequence start.
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start.
Okay, so let's sample this. So no, this is not for space demo, this is for space shuttle assets. Sound effects, and we are going to call it auto sequence start. Okay, let's see what other gems do we have here.
Onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, days remaining to start. Start. 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Okay, so probably from here.
17 seconds and
yes, from here. Let's zoom out. Let's just take it from here to the end. Why can't I export this? Oh, because
seconds and go for T-minus 17.
so this is going to be called countdown, or yeah, countdown. Okay, now we can go here and we are going to add a new spatial node. It can be a node, it doesn't need to be spatial. We're going to call it sounds. I'm going to add one, and I'm going to call it, this is going to be an audio stream player. This is going to be called ambient, and I'm going to add the ambient rumble to it, and autoplay, and let's just hear it with this. That's too strong. Yes. Okay, now let's do another one for auto sequence, and we're going to say auto sequence start, and it's not going to be auto playing. Let's go to our animation player, and let's actually give everything, let's do it like 40 seconds, and let's select everything here, and let's move it, select everything here, come on mon chéri, select everything and move it, and let's give it a second, and let's add, actually we don't really need to add anything, we can just simply at the beginning set the auto sequence playing to be false, and you can do it like this, and let's say that after a second we're gonna set playing to be true.
Yeah, we have a go for auto sequence.
And let's do it again.
Yeah, we have a go for auto sequence start.
That sounds nice. Okay, now let's add this another audio player.
and this is going to be the countdown. And let's just for a second, let's play the animation and not here and see. Oh, is it showing me where where it finishes? That's so nice.
And we have a go for auto sequence start.
Yes, yes it is. Amazing. Wow. Godot team never ceases to amaze. So let's go to the end of this. Let's give it another second.
And we have a go for auto sequence.
Okay. Um, let's go to countdown. I want to add a countdown sound to it. And we can say that we are not playing at the beginning. And just for a second, don't use you. And let's start this here. And let's say playing.
Minus 17 seconds and counting. 15.
Let's re-enable. Let's look at it right now.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12. 11. 10. 9.
So obviously the timing is completely off, but I like it. You know, it's amazing. If you would ask me 10 minutes ago if I liked it, I would say no, but now with the sound, it sounds so much better. You learn so much from this small projects. You know, I'm not one to give. Maybe because I'm not noticing it when I play games. Maybe I'm not noticing the sounds and everything. But when you create something and you see the difference, it's amazing. Madman, the boosters don't have particles. Which boosters? The side boosters. I think the fire one. Let's look at the video. You see that this entire fire is from the boosters. So I think that take care of it. If anything, I don't have this jet effect. Okay, so let's see if we will be able to time it using just the animation player. Okay, so let's disable this sound for a second. Let's play.
T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12. 11.
From the animation, it looks like the particle don't emit from the booster base. I might need to tweak the location a little bit. Yeah, that's a good point. Now I'll try to get the timing right. So let's do that. I already know that I need to. Let's zoom out. I'll probably need to take everything slightly away. So let's do 50 seconds and let's select. Let's give me some more room to work with. Let's select everything here and move it to the side. Now let's start playing and pause whenever we see something that we need to simulate.
T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12. 11. 10. 9.
Okay. Let's look at the video just for a second. So maybe I want the sparks, maybe. No, so let's, yeah, I'm going to cheat. I think, let's do it again.
T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12,
So
11, 10,
just the
9,
smoke should be here.
8, 7, 6, 8, remaining start. T-minus 17. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, remaining start. 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
And let's play right now. Let's see if it's any better. Oh, just a second. I think I disabled. Yes.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, remaining start. 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
So we have a failed launch. Next time, space. I actually was thinking about it, but then I said to myself that maybe the SpaceX missile is not such an interesting model. But after today, I might want some easy job because well, it's getting so late here. But I'm determined. I'm going to finish this day with something. I need a win. I need a victory. We're gonna make it. So let's go to our animation player. Yes. And why didn't you launch? So this is the translation. Okay, shut up with the sound for a second. Oh, that's interesting. It's because we need some more time. So I have to 60, even 65. I'm gonna take you and I'm gonna move you here. Okay, now let's try. Oh, the camera moves before, so let's do camera 2 rotation. So from here it already starts, but the spaceship is going to start moving only here. Yes, so we need to take this one here. Do I like this? Seems kind of nice. Maybe too harsh. Let's do it slightly less harsh. The same on my side. Yeah, Can't you use spatial in the rocket as the target for the camera? Yeah, I can, but then I wouldn't get I can't do this dramatic zooms like this. Wow, swear, drama. Wow, dramatic. Steven Spielberg, M. Night Shyamalan. Okay, let's go to the beginning and let's see how it looks now. Let's just enable sounds. Let's go.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Boost ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Well, first of all, the smoke is broken. So let's do. Yeah, lights. That's totally missing. I want, I think, a linear. The initial velocity should be almost nothing. The acceleration should be almost nothing. The emission shape should be. No, this is okay. I don't know if I need to push more particles. I don't know if it's going to help.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Everything is shiny. I need to also fix this.
Start. 2, 1. Boost ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Okay, the fire is better. Okay, fire is better. Let's change the material. So it's not this. I want the roughness, more roughness, 0.9 maybe, and I want the specular to be less, 0.2, something like this. Let's try again, just for a second.
And we have a go for auto sequence start.
Better.
T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2.
Wait. So launch should happen slightly before. This should happen slightly before. What is this? What are you doing here?
T minus. T minus 17 seconds and
Duplicate. Oh.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, remaining start, 2. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, remaining start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting.
I think the reason, the main reason it looks so bad is it's so empty. I think I need to add some details in the background.
Start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
That's a good point, but I think if I change the light, then it wouldn't look right with the direction of the light from the HDR. So that's quite a pickle. Shows the translation. There's the rotation degrees. You probably want some more from the X. So maybe 75.
minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. Remaining start. Start. 2. 1. Boost ignition and liftoff of the space shuttle. T minus 17 seconds and counting. We have a go for auto sequence start. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. And we have a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. T-minus 17 seconds and can we have a go for auto sequence start? And we have a go for auto sequence start. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. mission and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that. And we have a go for auto sequence. And we have a go for 17 seconds. T minus 17 seconds and counting. And we have a go. And we have a go for auto sequence. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Okay, I think that's the best we can do today. So probably I'll just record this, upload it to all the social media, and yeah, that's it. Guys, this was such a long long stream. I think we learned how not to uh, plan missions for a stream. This would probably have gone better and had some better results with this separated into two streams. But hey, I'm new to this. I'm still learning. At least we have something. Madman, you must show me the results. It sounds super cool. Like uh, making the mesh wobble when you hit it with a bullet. Sounds amazing. So when you make it work, I must see it. And anyway, thank you very much for your company, everyone, and see you maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Goodbye.